Hello, and welcome. I didn't know what music to play before the stream. I was like, I should probably find something ominous or foreboding, or something like that, and then Rika suggested Super Bell Hill, and I thought that was funny, so I played that instead. Shoutouts to Rika for being cool. Shadow the Hedgehog OST? I don't know a lot about the Shadow the Hedgehog OST, honestly. But I do know that Shadow the Hedgehog is a very silly game. A very silly game with lines like this from Dr. Eggman. Stupid ghosts thinking they can just haunt my cryptic castle. Anyway. Sucro's asleep. The captions just called her Tucker, which is not correct. Her name is Sucro. That's better. Hello. And welcome. Sucro, wake up. Sucro, woke up. There she is. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. Sucro looks annoyed that she woke up. I'm sorry, Sucro. This is an award-winning MMORPG, but you already knew that. This is the first stream of Shadowbringers. We just completed Stormblood's post-game content last time, or like the .x patches of Stormblood. And now it's time for the next big expansion. .5, I guess, is the patch number. I remember not long ago when I was saying it'll be 1 billion billion years before I ever get to Shadowbringers, and here I am instead. Because I've streamed the game more than I thought I'd be able to. What's everyone up to at the Scion's home base at the Rising Stones? At the Rising Stones, what's everyone up to? I thought things couldn't get any worse when the Garleans were gearing up for war. Then word reached me the Scions were in trouble. We need to find that beacon and find it quick. Our brothers and sisters are fallen, 'tis true, but duty will not afford us time to wallow in misery. Until they are returned to us, we must work twice as hard. My brother says he will work twice as hard in the Scion's stead, which likely means I must work thrice as hard if I am to match his pace. In light of the present condition of the Scions, even Riol has returned from the field. Never has there been a greater need to marshal our resources. Grandfather doubts his ability to contribute to the Scions, and try as I might, I cannot assuage his doubts. Would that Home was here, he would know what to say. Everyone labors tirelessly to fulfill the Scions' duties in their absence, and yet I sometimes wonder what worth yet remains in these old bones of mine. I'm afraid there's still no change in the Scions' condition, and the means to wake them from their slumber yet eludes us. I pray this beacon at the Crystal Tower might guide us to an answer. Hello, and welcome. We're about to begin Shadowbringers. I never realized just how critical a role the Archons played in all that we do here. It won't be easy to make up for their absence. You needn't worry about the Scions. Ochre, my sister, and I have been keeping I've been keeping over them in shifts ever since they arrived at the Rising Stones. If only they would give some sign of stirring. Well, that's what the miscellaneous Scion gang is up to. Unless there's someone hiding in here, which would be funny. I never really check the solar. Oh, you're still here. I guess you just kind of just sit here. That makes sense. Enough delaying, though. Let's talk to Tataru. The Circus Trench. Oh, we get an Orchestrion roll for Shadowbringers. Well, we are about to start Shadowbringers. That's what we're up to. Good news, Sucro. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. For the record, I have played through Shadowbringers before. It's been a while. And the last part about the game... Ah, I see. Well, I'm here mostly for the story, so... But yeah, the last part of the game I've actually played myself would be 5.1, the patch right after Shadowbringers. And I know bits and pieces after that. And that's valid. Path I doubt we'd have ever found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. We'd better go and give them a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. Hello, and welcome. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. Nod. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. And there's the Shadowbringers Quest Accepted jingle. So get used to that one. We'll be hearing that one a lot. You may have heard it a little bit before, because I played a little bit of classes that were added in Shadowbringers, but get ready to hear that often. Guitars will appear. But yeah, the reason I put no spoilers in the title is just because this is the beginning of, I guess, the part of the game I haven't seen all of. I mean, I hadn't seen everything that happened before this, but like, this is the part of the game where I haven't seen all of the major main story quest events and a lot of other stuff. We're getting to the part where there's a lot that I haven't seen instead of just some things, basically. And I added a little command where you can see the details of what exactly I mean by no spoilers. Yeah, that one. Since it's not all on screen, I will read it. What counts as a spoiler? Hinting at, alluding to, or directly stating anything that hasn't happened yet or isn't known about yet in the game. Joke or fake spoilers are no better than real spoilers. Please try to remember what is known at whatever point in the game we're at, and if you're not sure about whether something is a spoiler, don't say it. Basically, use your best judgment, thank you. So yeah, that's the spoilers message. Hopefully we don't have any problems in that regard. I understand that people will be excited and accidentally say things, but sometimes, but like, we're gonna do our best to avoid spoiler talk. Heading to the survey site, madam. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. Indeed. Now this is an area I do remember. I mean, I don't know why I bothered saying that, because I'm going to remember all of the Shadowbringers areas to some extent. The Ironworks is out in force. Master Garland's orders. The Archons need our help. Next to that, even matters of the heart don't seem to matter. Well, alright then, Aenor. I've detected no slavering beasts in the vicinity. My sister accepted. Sigh. Hello, and welcome. The air here weighs heavily upon me. 'Tis little wonder, I suppose, when standing in the shadow of such an imposing structure. Shadowbringers is very exciting. Since you may have missed it, I did actually, it says in the title, I did add a little chat command to explain what I consider to be a spoiler. So I'll just go ahead and type that in, put that in the chat again. Basically, to repeat myself a little bit, let's all try to be careful not to even like hint at or allude to anything that hasn't happened yet. I know that it'll be a little difficult because people are going to be excited. Oh, okay, sorry. I just want to make sure everyone's aware of this spoiler policy, as it were. That towering edifice is the outer wall of the Crystal Tower's foundation, the Labyrinth of the Ancients, to be precise. I think I'm even going to try not to talk about stuff that I know, though I can't guarantee that as much, and I'm not gonna like ban myself, because I don't think that's possible. Sucro, the search continues, but I have no doubt we shall find this beacon of yours. Oh no. The Crystal Tower raids can be a little bit shenanigans sometimes. I never remember how the mechanics work.
Look how many people there are. Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Nod.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
We haven't heard Biggs voice acting in a while.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions.
Yeah, that was great line delivery from Tataru. Biggs!
Jesse
Hey!
called the chief for some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
Every time I see the word beacon, I mentally read it as bacon for a second. I'm sure we'll find that bacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
Wedge's voice is a lot different than I remember.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
They're inventing people speaking in the background without text boxes. I think this starts to happen more often. Oh, I found something. What you got there, Sucro?
Sorry,
Oh.
I meant to say, The scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in.
I found a gear.
What's that you got there?
It's got the Ironworks logo on it.
That looks promising.
Well, okay, that's not the Ironworks logo. It's just vaguely similar.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
I don't think it's quite the same. Why?
Now I have you.
Don't say it like...
You are right.
What's happening?
First voiced...
Stay with me.
Don't say now I have you. That makes you sound villainous. Mystery voice.
Expanse, contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Well, that sucks for me.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Well, it's time to be in space, I guess. Welcome to space. Oh yeah, this part.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
Don't just throw that at me.
There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you. Your spirited accounts always comes in well.
Floating through a weird sea of memories.
Right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Yeah, I think I probably went, no! The first time I saw some of this stuff.
Your time has not yet come.
Hey, that was a similar sound effect to when I have echo memory stuff happen. Oh, it's because I'm having memory stuff happen. Probably. Maybe not. It has the echo filter of the weird static. Okay, yeah. I don't remember all of the particulars and details. Yeah. That's fair. Well, here I am in the field of purple. Headache still not great. Very bright.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
The more I see this armor, this glamour I put together, the more it feels correct for Shadowbringers. I think. This is a good outfit. Well done to me, I guess. You look vaguely familiar.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
What do you mean, this time of night, or, but it's bright as day? Yup. Yup, this guy is looks exactly like the merchants from the start of Realm Reborn. But it's bright as day.
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
Yeah.
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it.
Seems like it.
Got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
No thanks.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Shadowbringers. I'm already just like grinning to myself. Head to the Crystarium. What a strong intro, honestly. And yeah, the composer Soken was fighting cancer, and he did survive. What's the weather say? Everlasting light. I'm sure that's fine. I kind of love that they actually make you walk up to the Crystarium here. Or sprint, I suppose. Norvrant, Lakeland, the forest of the lost shepherd. But hey, my retainers complete adventures. It's not all bad.
Halt!
And there are Viera here. Benoy.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
Okay. That seems fair.
From where do you hail?
Gridania, the source. ... You won't know what these first two are. Chances are. ... Looks shiftily to the side.
You will not say? Then I have even less reason to trust you.
That's fair.
Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
I'm assuming that if I had said either of the other two, she would say more or less the same thing. Oh. Oh, I thought you were gonna fight me for a second.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand. Ring and all.
Well. We just saw... Yep, okay, the game's making it abundantly clear. We just saw that ring. Well...
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more.
All right, you do get a ring at the start of Realm Reborn.
But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Your caution is understandable, I think. Hello.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Hello, Crystal Exarch. Wait, are you also really short? Did I never think about how you're really short before? I think you're slightly taller than Sucro.
Right then. Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
Is this the place that's more private? We moved like a little bit.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you were still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief.
I've also just realized just now that I've given myself the same color scheme as the Exarch. More or less. With this outfit. It's at least very similar. I didn't think about this. That's kind of funny.
And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact.
Yeah, I mean, the red is not exactly the same red, but we've got the red and black and gold, generally. It's not exactly the same metallic color either, but still. It's very similar is all I mean to say.
As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Are the other scions here, or do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? They might have told you already.
An inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you.
Now that I'm thinking about it, even like the metal, like, somewhat diamond-shaped ornaments on his hood are very similar to a part of my armor in an amusing way. Like, you can see there.
The skies up above.
You can't. Oh, you can see my mouse cursor, right? So like these ornaments here are somewhat similar to like the various ornaments on Sucro's armor here. This was completely unintentional, but actually it's pretty fun that this happened. This is more like a fleur-de-lis on a diamond. This is a little bit more sword-like, but like, I said it wasn't exactly the same metallic color, but I think it is pretty dang close for like the goldish. But yeah, we definitely got the black and gold and red. The red is not exactly the same shade, but still. Completely unintentional, but pretty fun, actually. I guess even my sword is vaguely similar, because there's little crystals inset into the staff, and there's a crystal at the end of the sword here. That's true, there is no white on Sucro's outfit. But like, in terms of color of the outfit, she does have like very bright hair and fairly pale skin that contrasts with the darker colors and whatnot. But yeah. Yeah, explain the everlasting light weather, please.
Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light.
Seems...
It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost.
So ever since I played the Final Fantasy III remake on the DS, which I don't recommend playing, but yeah, more than 9/10 is also a lot. But in the world of darkness, in that you do meet the warriors of darkness, and they do explain that their world was lost to the flood of light, which was analogous to the cloud of darkness. And ever since then, I always wanted to see what they would do if they actually portrayed the flood of light. And hey, they did. That's what we're dealing with.
And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now.
So yeah, Shadowbringers might have a lot of influence from Final Fantasy III and the ideas put forth by that game. Possibly. Abominations born of the catastrophe, huh?
Sin Eaters, we call them.
Ah.
The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well.
Sucro seems unsure about this.
But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
But yeah, also speaking of Final Fantasy III, the Crystal Tower is just also here. That's probably important. Okay, there's like a little bit of silver on Sucro's outfit, technically, that you could...
Such a proud and vibrant city.
It's not the same, but still.
The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol. A monument to defiance in the face of death.
That's not a lot of the Earth.
No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
New funny birds just appeared. Noavrant, the Crystarium, or Crystarium if you prefer. I forget if they just say both or if they just say Crystarium. There are many Viera here. At least 3. So I sort of plan to take my time a bit more through Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Though I wouldn't say I was exactly hurrying through Stormblood. But like if I stop and like look around a bit more, I don't know, that's just what I feel like doing. I can't believe how similar these outfits are. I'm not over this. The Exarch follows me. Okay, you are slightly taller than I am. Very slightly. Oh, it even follows when you jump. Were you expecting this when you summoned Sucro? Crystal Exarch? Were you? Maybe you were. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. And there's the Shadowbringers quest complete jingle. Get used to that one as well. What is... Ah, deep gold. That makes sense. Now we also get... I forgot they just give you gear here. Maybe that's newer? Maybe they didn't do that originally? I don't know. It's nice of them, but I won't have need of this.
Meow meow meow, eat the Doomlight. It's all laser pointers.
Maybe. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you to first gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenience with which I'm sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you've done so, walk up the steps next to the aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the crystalline mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catelys, one of the people I should like you to meet. Oh really? That's funny. That wasn't there before? Another is Morin. To reach him in his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps, take the exit on the left, and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. I feel like I'm even reading things a bit slower than I had been. I think it's better if I read things a little bit slower because that way I stumble over the words less, probably. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough? Crystal clear, or to the right and down the where now? I have no sense of direction. I don't know if Sucro has any sense of direction either. To the right and down the where now? My apologies, I forget how confusing the Crystarium can be for newcomers. Not to worry, I'm sure you'll soon become accustomed to its twists and turns. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There's an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. Nod. When you've finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then. I do have to say that the quest accepted jingle and the quest completed jingle, oh yeah, Hrothgar are here too. They were also added alongside Viera for Shadowbringers. I have to say that the quest accepted jingle, oh, there's even a quest objective for tuning. The quest accepted jingle and also the quest completed jingle are a little bit less jarring in Shadowbringers, I think, compared to how celebratory the Stormblood ones were for like completing a quest. But sometimes the quest accepted one is a little jarring in a different way because it sounds very extreme for please walk around the town and talk to people. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of ether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable and should allow teleportation to aetherites in the source. That's also true. You get used to those jingles and stuff. I wonder if there's any special dialogue for going back to the source immediately and like talking to any scions. That would be funny if there was. Just be like, hey, I'm back. You wouldn't believe that it only costs 300 gil to teleport between worlds. Hey, Tataru, what's up? It's fine. Sucro, you're back! Have you already finished saving the world? Not quite? Well, if you need to get back to the first, it should be a simple matter of touching the beacon. It's at the same place we found it. Arenvald has taken the lead in our efforts to contain the primals. Wow, there's completely new dialogue from everybody here. He's adamant that we hold the fort, leaving you free to pursue greater matters, and the rest of us could not agree more. Welcome, Sucro. As you can see, nothing of consequence has happened while you were away. You needn't worry for us. If you are worried about the Archon's bodies, rest assured all is unchanged and well. We here continue taking turns watching over them. I'll have to keep trying to, like, return to the Rising Stones and reporting to people. Together with the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, we've been waging our war as subterfuge in the Empire. Thancred's left big shoes to fill, but I try to fill them as best I can. I'm also curious about one other place. One other particular person that it was suggested I speak to often. I could probably go into the settings and turn the shadows off. It is said you fell in battle against the Empire. I understand that duty bids you return to the fray, but please be careful. Wow, there's a line for that. Do you recall the shadow I sensed amidst your radiance? I thought perhaps it was foretelling recent events, but its presence still lingers. I know not what journeys lie ahead, but I wish you safe travels. They did have updated dialogue here for something recent. Speaking of my apartment, I do need to check my retainers. It's very important to see what Ablethwis stole today. Well, so yeah, hello and welcome. Oh, a venture coffer. I do love those. And I sold a radio. God, I wish there was just a furniture item named Thancred's coffee table, like you said before to me. I like to imagine it would have absolutely no distinct features from a regular coffee table, except it would have like a really shitty framed portrait of Thancred on it. Like the sort of framed portrait you'd get from maxing out the friendship of an Animal Crossing villager, but worse. And like it has the face-app grin on it, probably. Metallic silver, that's alright. If you ever get a venture coffer and you draw like general purpose jet black or pure white from it, that's free money right there. The Crystarium is home to those who choose to resist the light and the ruin it threatens to bring. You've been invited into these walls, which means you are now one of us. May you ever find shade. And yeah, exactly. That's exactly the sort of picture I'm imagining. That's fair enough. I find that there are other dyes that suit the purposes of those well enough for me. Like, there's a few general purpose dark dyes that are close enough to jet black. There's also soot black. There's also ink blue and that sort of thing. Such vibrant colors. That's true. You're not wrong, Random Vieira. Now, it is worth noting that we will only be seeing Lady Vieira in any of these Shadowbringers areas, at least for quite a while. because at the release of Shadowbringers, there were only female Vera and only male Hrothgar. Since that time, male Vera have been added. Female Hrothgar are still nowhere to be found as of this stream. But I think they are probably going to show up in 7.0. That would be, or like close to it. That would be my guesstimation. This is the Whispering Gallery. As you can plainly see, we are in the midst of an important discussion. Pray keep your voice to a whisper. Alright, Melboth. Also, you'll notice a lot of people are wearing this same sort of armor. Seems to be a Crystarium uniform of sorts. Whoop. Where did I put you there? Have you seen it anywhere? You know what I'm talking about. My what do you call it? I have no idea what you're talking about. Bill Score, I'm sorry. Go down the ramp and look for a catboy? Found a boat. By the time you read this, I shall surely be... I found a boat. Instead. Why don't they let you swim in this water? Cowards? No, it's fine. I'm sure I'll find them. It's also funny to say over towards the plants when the room is filled with plants. Actually. But that would mean that cucumbers are fruit! This person do be pondering the mysteries of cucumbers. Mao Lad. It's the Mao Lad. I'm working to improve the strange of fruit we grow. There's nothing like a sweet and succulent morsel to lift the people's spirits. Mao Lad is a great name. You might notice that, this does not fit the naming conventions of Mikote on the source at all. And that's because everyone here has different naming conventions. Seeing Mao Lad here makes that very clear. I actually know exactly what Sucro's name would be were she from the first instead of the source. I might have an image to accompany this if I can find something. So Sucro, or Sucro Funk, is a reference to a move name from Super Mario RPG, as you may know. And I think that her name, were she from the first, would be Statiki, STATI-KEE, and that's because of this. That's my funny joke for you. Also, Key is an existing, like, name fragment for the Mikote on the first. So that does have precedent, and does fit the naming scheme very well, in fact. I briefly considered actually changing Sucro's name for this portion of the game, but then I remembered that would mean somebody else could steal Sucro Funk, and I would be extremely sad if that happened, so I will not do that. Well met, traveler. You've come to the Hortorium, the Crystarium Center for Agricultural Research. We strive to improve our ability to grow crops by developing new fertilizers and cultivation techniques. Yeah, Static E is a very eye-searing enemy move, but also, like, Flame Wall is the one I often think of from that game for eye-searing. Both of them are pretty eye-searing. In later versions of Super Mario RPG on, like, Virtual Console and whatnot, they actually toned down the eye-searing nature of a lot of moves. That's a fun fact. Welcome to the Hortorium. Here we grow the majority of the fruits and vegetables consumed by the residents of the Crystarium. We also conduct research in hopes of cultivating new and improved strains. I often frequent the Cabinet of Curiosity, that I might glean something from the farming techniques of our forebears. We are scholars, not soldiers, but we are fighting for the future in our own way. Andros background? I'm not sure I know what you mean by that, but yeah, there were a lot of abilities in Super Mario RPG that did attack your eyes as well as your party. I'm just talking to everyone, apparently. Wondering what this tree's story is? So are we all, truth be told. It does not appear to be native to Lakeland, and yet we can find no records of it in any extant reference book. It's a mystery, but a beautiful one if you ask me. Huh. Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean now, actually. It's the treasure box face. Did that to inflict status effects, I think. Did you know a massive subterranean water vein runs beneath the Crystarium? Not only does it provide us with pristine water for drinking and growing crops, but we can even make use of it to deliver goods to nearby outposts. Yo, is this like corn? I guess this is what I mean by taking my time more with Shadowbringers, is that I'm gonna talk to a bunch of random people that aren't important sometimes. Love a good aquifer. She might be. She might be like, hell yeah, farming a little bit. Anthebert. Also a great name. This might be a little bit of a corn percent. The Cabinet of Curiosity. Actually, yeah, Sucro, like, being out here and being like, whoa, cool plants, farming techniques, hell yeah, and then like walking over here and being greeted with 1 million books. Sucro is just like internally screaming in a positive sense right now, I think. Sucro loves books and farming. Yes, might I help you find something? With all the tomes stored on our shelves, I understand that searching for any one in particular can be a daunting task. Please let me know if I can be of service.
Hello, yes, one book, please.
Just one? Just any book? Just any book? Some of these books are slanted in a way that doesn't look correct, but it's very funny. Like, they just skewed some of these books instead of rotating them. I have no idea what that word means, but maybe. Oh, hello, I'm reading a passage about the shoebill. A bird, they say, is possessed of a singular and supremely regal air. I must say, I'm finding it quite fascinating. The shoebill, huh? Huh. Yeah, I was thinking that. I don't think that counts as a spoiler to say keep an eye out for it. But there is an Easter egg sort of thing that keeps happening in Shadowbringers that I am aware of, where a shoebill keeps appearing, like, somewhere. I don't know where, but everyone watch for shoebills. Well, they can show up in the inn room? Huh. They make a gunfight sound? What? I realize that it's amazing to see so much of mankind's knowledge in one place, but do try not to hurt your neck while taking it all in. I'd hate to have to send another person to Spagirix. I don't know how to say that. That piece of dialogue is absolutely something somebody would have to actually tell Sucro. She actually would probably hurt her neck looking at all the books here. Shoebill sound, you say? I hope these videos are not going to have any narration or anything. Alright, Shoebill, make a sound. Make a sound for everyone at home. You can't see the video, but there's a Shoebill that I'm looking at. The tension is immense. Shoebill is just staring. Are you gonna make a noise? You're gonna startle me when you do. Oh. Yeah, it's a little bit of distant gunfire. Fair enough. I don't know what I was expecting. I think I was expecting like just literally a gunshot sound effect very loudly. I know they don't always make sounds, but we got to hear some. The books on the shelves are free for any resident of the Crystarium to borrow. We need only put in a request. The basement archives, however, are restricted to all but authorized personnel. I nor any of my characters would never try to break into an like a authorized personnel only section of a library and steal secret knowledge. This is a joke specifically for my dungeon master. She heard it. My current D&D character very strongly believes that all knowledge is meant to be shared. She's already getting in trouble for this at this very moment. Excuse me, miss. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and, well, ahem. Nod. What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll even? A scrap of scribbled on parchment? Questioning head tilt. My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Now, if this were actually, like, completely canon Sucro behavior, she would immediately have at least 2 books on her person that this person has probably never seen. Librarian Morin at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you— hey, speaking of rolling perception, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? I'd just like to know more about the place in general. Oh, so you have an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment and I'll fetch it for you. I mean, Sucro doesn't necessarily need a visual part, but she probably does like looking at funny pictures sometimes. Honestly. Sucro's just staring at books. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson then. Ah, the illustrated handbook. Maybe. 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. Yeah, this is really cool looking. It pooled and swelled without cease, until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. You were talking earlier about imagining, like, just picturing our world map of the real world and, like, imagining that only Antarctic and, like, the Antarctic is, like, 10% of the world or whatever. Here we just have a picture of the world being mostly gone. Also, leitmotif is in this music. Oh, haha, leitmotif. Now it's a pun, too. Anyway. We called this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrant, and Norvrant alone spared the fate of erasure. There's a different leitmotif happening as well. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from Norvrant's sky. Even now they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. Your exchange with Morin has taught you about the Flood of Light. Ah, we have a key item of our knowledge. The contents of a book may be immutable, yet depending on one's perspective, the lesson one learns may be different indeed. In other words, I am very much in favor of revisiting a story one has already read. Yep. You might remember some events that might seem connected to this whole world. But for us, they didn't happen that long ago. And yeah, I guess that is the reason why I'm streaming, or like one of the reasons I originally started streaming this. Aw, shucks. One of the reasons I originally started streaming this was definitely because I wanted to re-experience the story, but also I will eventually get the stuff I haven't experienced before. And that's gonna be interesting too. Over time, I've developed other reasons to keep streaming because, for example, I didn't realize I would get this invested in or attached to Sucro at the start of everything. But I certainly have become invested in Sucro. Joke door that falls down and swishes you into a pancake. There was at least one video game where that happened, and I can't remember which video game it was. There were fake doors that fell on you and made you flat. That was a thing. A summoning bell. The bell does not seem to be functioning. Oh, Luigi's Mansion is probably what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking about how, despite how much of this world is destroyed, and how much of a struggle everything must be, thinking about how triumphant the music of the Crystarium is, it's really the music of we are surviving anyway. And you can't do anything to stop us. Oh, how I envy the Amaro. In all of creation, no animal is so pure, so perfect. There is much we can learn from them. We don't know what that is yet. Not really. Yes, this is the facet of gathering, but we have our hands full at the moment. If you have a request, you'll have to wait a while. Buzz, buzz. If this new merchandise fails, then the bellows is done for. I have to make it work. Right, something new, something new. I'm drawing a complete blank. These people over here seem to be having a few problems. Do you have a request for the facet of fishing? To be honest, we're having trouble filling orders, so I don't think we'll be able to help you at present. Sorry. Oh. Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, that's just an Allegan node. I didn't think about how that was an out-of-place object, really. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. I'm sure we might learn something of why it's here at some point. Safer and more civilized, too, thanks to us in the mean. We work together to procure materials and resources, and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. But can you forge the ultimate kettle nexus? Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like the Zulmoran layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it that you're from? From the homeland of the Crystal Exarch. One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Nod. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up. And with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. So it's probably safe to assume that that Allegan node is one of the curious relics mentioned here. Because the Crystal Tower was connected to the Allegan Empire. At least the Crystal Tower we know. I think it was anyway. The city's stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he's never yet let us down. So if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you want to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catelys and you'll find a niche here in the Crystalline Mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Your exchange with Catelys has taught you about life in the Crystarium. As far as crafting levels go, I only have... Carpenter, and I guess Botanist and Fisher. So there's probably something I could do, but I couldn't do all of the crafting related stuff. I should probably try to find all the Aetheryte shards. Ah, the Exarch's over here still. The residents of the Crystarium are quite a diverse crowd, as I'm sure you've seen. We all, however, are united by a single goal, to not settle for the status quo and to leave this world a better place than we found it. Hell yeah. Ah, gotcha. I won't be covering crafting questlines or anything on the stream. But if I ever do get a crafter to that level, I probably will at least take a look on my own time. Whoop. Ballistics. This isn't a place I'm supposed to be looking at, but I'm doing it anyway. Aged Amaro Tamer. Looking to procure yourself an Amaro? Then I reckon you've come to the right place. 1 second if you would, and there we have it. I've added you to our register. Pray come back whenever you're in need of a mount. Basically, this is the Chocobo Porter of the first. And this is an Amaro. Hello, Amaro. This is the creature that another NPC was saying is perfect. And yeah, they're pretty good, I would say. If you come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. I serve the Crystarium Guard as quartermaster, overseeing deliveries of armaments to our numerous outposts all across Lakeland. If you have an eye for weaponry, I encourage you to visit Ballistics downstairs. You'll find a most impressive arsenal of war machines on display. Fair enough. Yeah, the Amaro mount is unlocked by getting all jobs that existed for Shadowbringers to level 80, which is a task I'm unlikely to accomplish at any point. This is a pretty location. It's a big ol' open courtyard type of deal. With a pit into the abyss in the middle of it. As you do at times. For the record, I would also like to make it abundantly clear that if I had wished to move a lot faster through this portion, I probably could have. I'm just, as I mentioned, taking my time. Welcome to the Wandering Stairs, miss. That's the name of my place, and a warning, too. Enjoy a drink, but mind the steps on your way out. Many's the drunkard who's taken a tumble, only to wake up in the infirmary. He warned you about stairs. Welcome to your home away from home, the Wandering Stairs, where we serve the finest ale you'll find this side of the Crystarium. Courtesy of the Facet of Nourishing, of course. Oh, I've just realized, like, a facet of a jewel or whatever, and it's the Crystarium. It's like the facets of the crystal, or all the different individual parts of the crystal that like, together make up the crystal itself. I never thought about that before. That's really good. I don't know the precise definition of a facet of a jewel, but I think it's like one of the individual like faces of it or something of that nature. I'm gonna check. One side of something many-sided, especially of a cut gem. Yeah, okay. You know, I hope there is a carrot cake. That'd be good. Hello, traveler. How might I help you? What do you do here? I'm Bethard, born and raised in the Crystarium, and I wouldn't have it any other way. That feels like it's vaguely approaching sort of spoiler territory. Not exactly. Like, not really at all, but I don't know. I'm just wary to make a little Endwalker joke there. But I guess we already... I guess not really, because we've already got a Loporit on the screen over here, so, like... Those are known. Don't worry about it, it's fine. I'm intimately familiar with all that the city has to offer, of course, and I've always enjoyed sharing my knowledge with travelers and newcomers. It's become something of an unofficial job for me. The Crystarium grew up under the auspices of the Crystal Exarch in the wake of the Flood. It is and always has been a refuge for those fleeing the damage and twisted corruption wrought by the Light and its minions. We're also the only ones still want to fight back, nearly a century after the world's end began. That's why some consider the Crystarium to be the final bastion against the light that would consume us, the last true hope of mankind. You can set your retainers to work here for some reason. These various people, NPCs that do stuff. This is where we store the various goods we've procured from across the land. Gemstone trader, type of NPC we haven't really interacted with before. Okay, I need to get that one and also that one at some point. But let's talk to Bragi like we were told to. Also, marketing board is over here. There are not very many people in the Crystarium in terms of other players, I'm noticing. But I guess that makes sense. It's not the most recent expansion, nor is it the in-game hub for the expansion that it's a part of. But let's not worry about that too much. New to the city, friend. The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome, my name is Bragi and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it, too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for Mistel such as yourself. So finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. Did you say Mistel? Something wrong? Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a Hume. And the taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual over there is a Galgent, whilst the one with the horns is a Drawn. Then you have these large scaly chaps with long tails and an knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zune. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Exarch's homeland? Ah, same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years. Despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry, should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Your exchange with Bragi has taught you about the peoples of the First. But yes, not only are the naming conventions different, the names for the different types of people themselves are different. Instead of Mikote, they are Mistel. Also, yeah, over the years, that's a very interesting segment of that dialogue that I didn't really even think to stop and consider. Over the years, huh? I didn't point them out earlier, but I'm sure you'll spot a fellow Mistel or another Ronso like me rather than later. Also, little Final Fantasy X reference there, in that the Hrothgar are Ronso on the first. Even Vis, like Captain Lena, aren't that unusual in this city. Is it Lina or Lena? I don't remember. I'm sure they'll say her name eventually, but that's the first we've heard of her name. And also Vis are Vieira. Aye, the Crystarium's long been a sanctuary for all manner of refugees, except maybe the dwarves. Those lot prefer to keep themselves to themselves in my experience. So yeah, Hume, Elf, Dwarf, Mistel, Ronso, Galgent, Vis, Drawn. They all have different names. And the Zune are equivalent to the Amalja from the source as well. Or perhaps Zun. I just need to grab one more shard if I can figure out how to get over there. Probably this way? Yeah, that seems right. Also, while we're at it, referencing other Final Fantasy games, we've got... Well, first of all, I've attuned myself to all the Ethernet shards in the Crystarium. While we're at it, there's also Clan Nutsy from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. They're here. Sorry, Sinner, but my services are reserved for members of Clan Nutsy. What a wild text box without context. In order to be eligible for the quest Nuts to You, you must have met the following requirements, etc., etc. Yeah, they call people sinners sometimes as well. But yeah, Clan Nutsy here is the equivalent of Clan Centurio and the Hunt board and whatnot. As you can see by the Nuts board, Gods, would you look at them? Not a hard enough bastard than the whole lot. We do still have chocobos, despite the presence of Amaro. We do get a fair amount of people coming by to observe or pet the Amaro. They don't mind, and neither do we, though know if you stand around long enough, I will put you to work. Not only is just calling the player a sinner out of nowhere kind of funny, the fact that someone in charge of Clan Nutsy is doing it is very funny. Oh, they have 4 wings? I didn't even really process that. We've spent like an hour and a half in Shadowbringers so far, a little more than that. 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 35 seconds to be precise with the recording time. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? I'm going to hand you my knowledge. Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. Oh, by the way, the weather, I think, is still everlasting light. I thought to check that because there's little motes of light floating around. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self-same one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. So yeah, just the Crystal Tower. Simply take the Crystal Tower directly from the source. The entire tower. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explained what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. What will you say? Well, I've also received a free company invite to a place that I've been invited to 70,000 million times, because I forgot to be busy again. The tower's gate lies open then, or just like that, then Gurahatia is... Remember Gurahatia? Gurahatia, who sealed himself within the Crystal Tower. What did happen to Guraha? I am not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it best that we focus on the present. By the time I got here originally, I did not remember who Gurahatia was, or like I hadn't thought about Gurahatia in a while. Also, the Crystal Tower raids had not been mandatory at that point, but I had done them regardless. But now, they are relatively more within recent memory. Greetings, madam. The Exarch awaits you within. And here we have the Doga and Un music. Doge? Doga? I forget. one of those. But we've heard this music before in the Crystal Tower raids.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind.
Nod.
Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
Convenient.
As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5.
So yeah, time has passed at a different rate. And we've just learned exactly how different for several of our companions slash friends slash fellow scions. It's not an insignificant amount of time.
Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well.
So yeah, all of those really dramatic headaches were the Crystal Exarch missing, basically. Well, missing the correct person. Just, whoops. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck, not again. Ah, beans. Ah, jeez. I'm sure several of them have already given the Crystal Exarch an earful over this, knowing who they are.
As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was...
And Thancred was naked again.
Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch.
Somehow Thancred lost all of his clothing again, because that just happens to Thancred, I guess.
While you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
And yeah, that's kind of a big deal too. They can't leave. We can leave, they can't leave. The Exarch did not roll well with his D20 until the last attempt. And yeah, Thancred never stops getting owned. It's a rule of life. His coffee table. Find a way to send them back, or what have they been doing all this time? Also, yeah, the lighting does make Sucro's hair look a little bit more gray or white than usual. What have they been doing all this time?
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift.
Oh yeah, we certainly did have a vision during our journey. But Urianger had one?
In that chaotic no man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass.
I saw all the most iconic moments from my past.
In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die.
Oh. Gasp.
And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events.
Yeah.
And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
Sucro uncertain. For the moment, or aye, but I'll see you keep that promise, or for want of a better choice. I myself was thinking, I don't really have a choice here. But what would Sucro say? Would Sucro say as much? I bet I'll see you keep that promise.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Crystal Exarch sounds very excited about giving a tour. What if instead of whatever the Crystal Exarch said when we got here, he just started going, "Hi, you're invited to join my free company. We have housing." The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. One room has become vacant. Well, when you put it that way, it sounds really ominous, doesn't it? Crystal Exarch, did you delete somebody so that I could have a room? The Crystal Exarch has been shown to be capable of yeeting people across worlds to some degree. Though not without fumbling. Shadowbringers music is really good, by the way.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not, the gil you carry will serve you well enough.
That's convenient, I guess. Surprised.
Each nation once minted its own coins, but was all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here.
It would be very cool to have housing in the Crystarium. Though I think they've directly stated, why would you want to live in a doomed world? Or something of that effect. Though I suspect the world becomes at least slightly less doomed in the future. Though I would not know for sure. I have an apartment in the Lavender Beds, Gridania. So it's nothing super fancy or anything. Yeah. It's almost like the Crystal Exarch may have planned that for some specific reason. Oh, I just borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower. Which he did summon. So you could predict that he planned very specifically gil. I don't know.
As our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice.
Probably didn't plan it and it just sort of happened, honestly.
From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter.
Convenient.
Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Tombstones, no! There are always tombstones. Sucro. I love that. I love that the Warrior of Light has a reaction to this. It's very funny.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld.
It's a very good reaction.
Avan Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
Hello there.
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task.
I do believe you mean them. If I'm not mistaken, Feo Ul is they-them pronouns.
This fine lady is a friend from a distant realm. And
Hi.
we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift?
Yeah. Yeah, Feo Ul is non-binary, they-them.
How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin.
But
answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Yes? Yeah? And Sucro had to think about that for a second.
Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass.
Are you telling me Thancred showed up without any teeth too? Maybe? Thancred getting owned more?
From this moment forth, I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand.
Okay. Nod.
We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then, make your request, tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the Source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Oh, I already went back and told them about that, actually. Send a message to Tataru. Just
consider it done.
I'm sure Tataru will find this to be completely normal and not at all surprising or startling.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
Nod. Feo is a fun character. I forgot that they abbreviated their name to just Feo sometimes. As a result of your pact with Feo Ul, you now have access to delivery moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the First. That's right, Feo Ul interacts with a Blethwizza and her cohorts now. As if they didn't already cause enough mischief, they now have a world-traveling pixie to assist them. Though, actually, Blethwizza and cohorts have already been to this realm and slain many of the beings within it. So, IDKLOL, LMAO, Lamau. Welcome to the Pendants, miss. You're here with the Exarch? Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of as you see fit. Yeah, nothing can stop a Blethwizza. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray, rest, and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the Ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. She sure did. She sure did. I have an image of that somewhere. Where is it? There it is. This was on the other character, granted, but this did happen. A Blethwizza is very frightening. Or more specifically, a Blethwizza reaction images. Also this one, which is far more recent, but this was just because she kept giving, the retainers kept giving me machinist and gunbreaker arms. But anyway, I believe that covers all the practical concerns. Questioning head tilt. Thank you for answering my call, Sucro. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Oh yeah, it is a good hairstyle. A pleasure to meet you, miss, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready if you'd care to retire. Indeed. My retainers have brought me a number of retainer fantasias, but I've never used one. Seems like a pretty nice room. Also a different leitmotif entirely. It sure is everlasting light in here. Hello.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
And you're the warrior of darkness. It's been a while. The warrior of darkness? Hey there.
Did you just... You can hear me?
Seems that way.
Gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The warrior of darkness.
Remember how I mentioned that, Final Fantasy III in the world of darkness had you meet the warriors of darkness and they brought up the flood of light? Also, like, more directly relevantly, remember the warriors of darkness in this game? They're important.
My real name is Ardbert.
Hello,
Ardbert.
Ardbert.
Source, a daft one, looking back.
His alias in the source was Ardbert without the extra D in it. He went from Ardbert to Ardbert. So yeah, the names that we heard from them in the source are not actually the names that they have. Those were all aliases. Which makes sense because the naming conventions in this realm are indeed different. Except Ardbert here just removed one letter from his name and said it was fine. So maybe that one was a little daft.
If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source and tried to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness.
That face.
Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
Sucro's face here. I don't know exactly what that expression means, but it seems like a significant amount of concern. I've heard it's been 100 years since the flood.
100 years? 100 long years.
Nope. Yeah.
My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift.
Until now, apparently.
I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
I've been summoned by the Crystal Exarch to, help, I guess? Is more or less the summary?
You were summoned to save the First.
Seems that way.
A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it.
They've mentioned that the Exarch existed 100 years ago already, I think. And that the Exarch has never seemed to age. So I think Ardbert would likely know who the Exarch is. Unless the time that the Warriors of Darkness spent in the Source was an amount of time where a lot of time passed in the First, and they are from a completely different era of the First, but it's not yet clear.
Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that.
We have to try to save it,
has
though.
Brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me. Then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
And then Sucro took a nap. Cats do this, and so do people. The funny Mikote's springing out of bed animation doesn't seem entirely fitting for the tone that we're dealing with at the moment. I would like to step back into the inn room for a moment, if you would not mind. Yeah, it's just also a functioning inn room, but with like, it's got the glamour dresser, the armoire, etc. If we use the summoning bell, we don't get to see a Blethwizza, because Feo is the intermediary here. Oh, my adorable sapling, you have need of a Blethwizza, yes? But sing the word and let your beautiful branch do what only they can. Yeah, there's Feo referring to themselves with they. Alliance co-defending. Oh, that's okay, I guess. A whispered word and off goes a Blethwizza on a grand adventure. What wonders await at journey's end? Etc. I keep saying a Blethwizza and her cohorts, but I do have to give individual credit to Kuimaris, Tuhanatos, and Ariadne as well. They are also important. A Blethwizza is the face of chaos. That would be a boss subtitle a Blethwizza would have if she had one. Or maybe a Blethwizza is the sort of boss that would just not have a subtitle in a game where everyone else did. A Blethwizza is at least the ringleader of the group, Most likely. At least the bed is comfy. This doesn't look that comfy to me. Look how thin this mattress is. I mean, unless the mattress is embedded slightly into the frame, which is possible. At least there's like a little ergonomic slice in the pillow for the neck or something. I guess that's fair. Bed frames could work like that. But what if we took an obnoxiously, unnecessarily close look at the bed instead of leaving it at that? Sucro just staring at the bed as the bed is blurred because of depth of field is kind of a mood, actually. I guess I can't get too close to the bed to look under it. Whatever. What if the only reason that Ardbert is the only one still here in any form is because warriors are just really bad at dying? What if it's just because that's the job, that's what his job does, is refuse to die? The Exarch awaits you with him. Also, very cool floor, Exarch. By the way. I activated Holmgang, everyone else is gone. Exactly. Portal to the source. That's what happens when Holmgang has the shortest cooldown of all warrior invulns. And also they can heal 1,000,000 HP. To be fair, at this point in the story, warriors were not quite as incredible at healing themselves as they are now. Like at this point in the game's development, I should say. Still thrown off by how similar my outfit is to the Exarch's by complete accident. In a number of ways, but it's very funny. And also, like, it's fitting. It's correct, it feels like. Anyway.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
I was haunted by the spirits of the dead that nobody else can see. Does that count? I had a ghostly visitor. Sucro looks a little bit sarcastic about that.
Was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know.
Technically speaking, this stream is also haunted because I'm Ghost. Ha 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 ha. Or excuse me, I am Ghost. Ha 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 ha. As they say. Room's haunted, yeah. Machinist is not at a usable level for Sucro, though.
Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts.
Cool map. Oh yeah, we get another look at the map.
The only area to be spared, the flood of light.
We saw a brief illustration of this, but this is a slightly more detailed map of Norvrant. You can see that this flood of light appears to be like a ring of frozen waves about to crash down upon the land and sea. That's sort of the appearance that it has anyway.
The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland.
Direct center. More or less. Close enough. Not exactly.
To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmeg, That is where you'll find Urianger.
Urianger is...
I am gas station, ha, 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 ha. That will be $58.93.
That's way expensive. I didn't realize that gas was so expensive on the first. Wow. Urianger stuck dealing with the Fae?
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Raktika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest.
Exactly. That's what I was going for. I am Ghost. I guess that would make gas pretty expensive. I am Ghost! Ha 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 ha! Anyway. Stola's in Raktika Greatwood.
Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty.
But we don't care about those two right now, because we can't do that right now, apparently.
As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness.
Sounds like a shithole.
Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement.
Alphino went to go do diplomacy, as Alphino does. That makes sense.
Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armarang.
Are they? I suppose there's some comparison to places on the source, but they're pretty distinct in their own right regardless. Calusia is Vilbrand? How so?
They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters.
Alize went to go do fight solution. There are similarities to Eorzea, but it does feel very distinct and different to me regardless.
In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
It sounded slightly like the Crystal Exarch said gather information on her phone, which is probably not what she's doing. But yeah, Alphino wanted to go diplomacy, and Alize wanted to go fight. That makes sense. We don't know anything about Raktika, and we...
or Armarang? It matters not which you choose to visit first.
And we don't know a whole lot about the Fae, but somehow that seems correct for Urianger to go in that direction.
Inform me once you've made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount.
But yeah, at this point, we have a decision as to which direction we go first.
Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred.
Oh yeah.
He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin Eaters.
Thancred's somewhere.
Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
You'll probably find Thancred eventually. Thancred is a random encounter if you're wandering around in the forest tiles of the world map. Sometimes, or whatever. Probably. So you can get Thancred like as early as disc 1, but you might also have to wait for like disc 3 or 4 if you're unlucky or don't know about where he is. I don't know why I'm making Thancred into a joke about Yuffie from Final Fantasy VII. But yeah, so at this point we have a choice. We can go see what Alphino is up to in Calusia, negotiating with people who are rich and bad and rich, or we could go see what Alize is up to in Armarang, in the desert wasteland where there's monster and fighting. Now, I have my own ideas about which one to do first, but I will take this moment to BRB. And, well, I was going to say I will let the people watching discuss which one we should see first, see if they can convince me. But it certainly seems like everyone is of one mind, so. All of the same, please continue to discuss the choice, and I will return shortly. Hello, I have returned. It would seem that no arguments have been made in favor of the Alphino option, other than the game might assume that we went with Alphino first. which is not enough reasoning for me to choose Alphino, I think. What I will say is, the first time I played this part of the game, I did in fact choose Alisaie. I can't remember exactly my reasoning for that, but I will tell you some reasoning that I would have for doing that now. We spent a lot of time with Alisaie and only Alisaie recently, because Alisaie was the last scion left, along with us, in that main group of scions when everyone else was already taken to the first or off in the Empire or whatever. And Alisaie and the Warrior of Light grow very close in that period of time. So, of all of the scions, I feel like Alisaie is the most worried about Sucro right now. Most likely. So, like, were I completely unaware of anything related to Shadowbringers, I think I would still choose Alisaie. For those reasons. Knowing Shadowbringers, I will vaguely say that I believe both paths establish some very key information and stuff about the world of Shadowbringers, and also we do experience both paths. This is not a one and not the other situation, it's both of them, it's just the order that we're choosing. But I feel like the stuff that we learn in Alisaie's section of early Shadowbringers makes more sense to learn first, in terms of like storytelling, to me personally. But I won't go into any more detail than that. We'll just have to see that when we get there. But I am going to choose that we go to Amareng and meet Alisaie first. In search of Alisaie. The Crystal Exarch is eager for you to meet with Alisaie. Ready to depart for Amareng? Alisaie will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She, impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was. Repeatedly. Alisaie probably punched him in the nose. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he will see that you will reach your destination. Now, we can pick up both quests now, I suppose, so maybe we should just go ahead and do that, actually. But obviously, we do want to focus on one after that. You will visit Alphino and Calusia, then? Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here's a letter of introduction. Present it to Zem Zhenmai, the master of beasts at Temenos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. But as I said, Alisaie first, Alphino afterwards. I think it's funny that nobody suggested Alphino first. If you've come looking for work, I might have spot for another guard. I have a missive. A wax-sealed envelope addressed to Cassard. I don't know if saying Alisaie is just more engaging is how I would put it. I like both of them, but I think Alisaie is a priority here because of... she feels like she would be the most concerned. That's my reasoning. Oh, a friend of the Exarch. Hoping to meet someone in Amareng, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away. Assuming you have everything you need. All set, then off to the unforgiving sands we go. You can now travel to Amarang. Speak with the adroit Amaro tamer to fly to the desert. You can also use your ether compass to assist with locating ether currents in new regions. The ether compass can be found under collection in the duty section of the main menu. Also, it's worth noting we've been getting a lot of experience points. But here is Am-Arang.
Am-Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Am-Arang meant majestic land in the language of his people.
Oh yeah.
So it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
For some reason I hadn't put together that the narrator voice was Ardbert yet. But that makes a lot of sense. Perhaps I'm not so good at distinguishing voices from each other, but I was still thinking it might be the Crystal Exarch or something. Before you start perusing these goods, I should point out that they're going to Mordsuk. Not for sale, in other words. I wish I could go back to the Crystarium to see my daughter once in a while. There's so much to do here, I doubt I'll have the chance anytime soon. Oof, no matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised when the temperature drops at night, though. The sky is still bright, of course, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alize friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mordsuk to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off, and I'd better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Thumbs up. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Do I have the ether compass anywhere within reasonable reach? No. That's fine. Given how rarely I use the funny Noctis car, I guess I'll just put it there. Once again, I do suspect that the ether currents have been significantly cut down since what they used to be. And they will be mostly not too difficult to locate. Are you heading to Mordsuk? It's that place with a big tower on the other side of the ravine, and watch out for the Gigantenders. By the way, Big Cactor is here. The good thing about guarding this place is that the desert creatures take care of most of the would-be bandits. That just leaves the beasts themselves. By the way, are you prepared for the Shadowbringers battle music? Every expansion has its own battle music, after all. Fight me, Armadillo. This song took me a while to get used to. The intro is very not what I was expecting, especially this part. And the intro to this song is very long. Also, AoE markers are glowier now, I guess. But this is the Shadowbringers battle theme. It's pretty cool. It just surprised me a lot. And it took me a good deal of time to be used to that wailing guitar intro. Unclassified Gigantender. Look at this creature. Since they're a fate target, they're not bothering me, so we can just look at them. Hello. Hello, Gigantender. Big cactus. Well, I said I would take my time, but that doesn't mean I can't use a motorcycle sometimes. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Amarang, is it not? Before you cross the river of sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. They built them big, didn't they? That's Kasar Sharl, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabatharang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say it was once one of Norvrent's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabatharang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruin. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mordsuk. Let's press on, shall we? Admire the view. Objective complete. By the way, the music in all of the areas of Shadowbringers is extremely good. I already said the music of Shadowbringers was really good, but like the atmosphere of the music of like even the regular area themes and whatnot is also pretty different from the sort of music we've heard before. Somebody killed a cactar and I got experience for reaching the location, not for the cactar dying. Be sure to attune to the aetheryte. Always. The Shadowbringers music in like towns and stuff often has a lot of like hope to it, or like a feeling of survival. Though I wouldn't say that the music outside of towns has that same sort of feeling. Like the Amarang music is just kind of, I don't know what feeling that's conveying, but it's a good one. I mean, a good one in the sense that it's conveying it well. Not in the sense that it's saying that this place is good and fine and doing well. Yeah. Here we are, Mordsuk. By the blessed shadow, I love this town. Mordsuk, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of others too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you not met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. But hey, this is a Mord. They are kobolds. Or we would know them as kobolds from the source anyway. Greetings! Buy something and help me feed my son! He's grown big and strong and is eating me out of house and home. Oh no. Buying supplies at the right price is a simple enough task. Transporting the damn things, on the other hand, is a different matter entirely. Come one, come all. Your coin is always welcome here in Mordsuk. We've got Caramel's broad bean soup and broad bean salad. They've almost nothing here but broth of bean, but they've got a little bit more than that. Paprika, buffalo beans, gelatin, sheep casings. Do you like your food warm and wriggly? Then you've come to the right place. Not particularly, no, but I don't know, maybe I just haven't tried enough different stuff. Bill is a good name. Lots of fruits, lots of vegetables I have. Not for Mordmouths, no, for selling. Look at this little creature. Pretty good creature, I think. Tiny little arms. I will probably be doing all of the Ether Current side quests, at least, and maybe a few other ones, if I remember, like, super good ones, or any super good ones are pointed out. Shadowbringers is where random side quests start making you cry. Like, I'm sure there were some random side quests that made you cry before. You in the general sense, not anyone specifically. But Shadowbringers is where even random side quests can be very impactful. Keep away from my private worm stash. Get back, I say. Sorry. Go on, introduce yourself to Master Gengen. Funny music is happening. So this is a Mord, or that's a kobold, or what beady eyes. All of these seem a little bit rude, but... So this is a Mord.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mordsuk.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mordsouk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mords do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy, you buy?
Exarch, what have you done?
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
Gengen, I have carried multiple corpses in my pockets at once somehow, so I don't know if bulk is really a concern, but I thank you for the concern nonetheless. Ron shop is best for eating. Crack your coin purse and gorge on the delicious delicacies. A full Vobertide honor seems a bit rich for buying a dented pan or a bowl of worms. Did the Exarch lose to you at cards or something? I don't have enough familiarity with the Nopon, but I think from the very little I've heard, now that you mention that, yeah. Also, the delivery Moogles have blue palms. I think that's different. From the very little I've heard, that was a little bit like Ricky. Yeah. Well, let's see. We've got meat, tortilla, worm. Welcome to Ronron's, traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Browse Ronron's wares. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target a foodstuff, and inspect it with right trigger or B. Okay, that's silly. Meat, bread, worms. Well. That's my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard. Cured with special spicy spices, some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. Oh, I can examine you. Huh? Silly customer, you cannot eat Ron, not even for a Vobert gold piece. Oh, okay. Skewers, I didn't see the skewers. Oh, you'll like those, chewy skewers. I find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside, perfect for snacking. Bread. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with the bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside, keeps you going in the heat. Everyone's favorite, plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. Do you actually get a choice here? I don't remember. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose? Mush loaf, ever-burning bounty, chewy skewer, or glazed wriggler. Now, I have said that one of Sucro's favorite foods is honey. But mostly on baked goods. I don't know if it would be honey on worm. What would Sucro choose? This is really the choice, isn't it? The most important choice in Shadowbringers, right here. The worms weren't baked, that's true. But they are everyone's favorite, but also they might mean all of them more love them, and Sucro probably doesn't have That's probably like a... I like how Sucro's eyes are completely hidden by her hair here, like it's a very, very serious choice that's happening. Also, I think this is the canon amount of time it takes for Sucro to make a choice here. But yeah, like, a lot of these to some degree sound like they would be an acquired taste, I suppose, if you weren't used to them. I'm gonna go with the chewy skewer, in fact. Sucro will try the frog. Why not? Chewy, a quick, easy meal to carry you across the desert. You have the gold. Ta-da! And done. 1 Vovertite honor buys you 65 skewers. That's a lot of frogs. Sucro seems unsure about this. Don't eat all of them, Sucro. Sounds of food. Oh. Sucro died. Sucro, you didn't need to eat 65 frogs. Will you eat the lot? Every last mouthful, or I think I'll share the rest. I'm getting I get the feeling that this is probably the reaction you get for any food that you choose here. I'll share. Sucro is a sharing type of person. Our visitor invites us to feast. Let us give thanks for her great generosity and small appetite. I also have a very small appetite. I hope she doesn't ribbit. That would be unsettling. Consider your coin purse cracked. I'm pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Yeah. I'm sure that cooked frogs aren't too bad. Keeping the merchandise down, yes, no returns. Ah, I see. I guess the reaction to the frog skewers is more like, yeah, that was part of my reasoning. I thought it was a fairly normal food. I've never tried it, and it seemed like something that might possibly be relevant in Vilbrand, where she grew up. Maybe. Another kind of tank buster. The bread sounded probably all right. The meat sounded probably all right. The worms would be the one that takes the most getting used to, and the frogs are being treated as a little bit less normal than I think they are, but I don't know. So, what do you think the odds are that the Exarch gave us a Vobertite gold piece as a prank, more than anything else? A funny little joke from the Exarch to you. Do you think it was a prank? Or do you think that it was a, trying to make up for all the inconvenience that he caused, or that he perceives himself to have caused? I think a big part of what makes a prank is the intention. I have never eaten a dozen donuts. I have never eaten more than 1 donut in like a time period. I have a very small appetite, and for the most part, I hate food. Like as a concept. So I think I'll stop dwelling on all the food at this point. I was watching from here, Sucro. You honored our custom and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in Amarang, we are here to provide. For the record, the main reason I hate food is because of health problem that I have. But yeah, it seems like a really friendly place. I've always just also had a very small appetite. But like, I don't even really like listening to people talk about how much food they eat because it seems completely outlandish to me when people can eat more than like the smallest amount of food possible. But yeah. Anyway. You have courage, my friend. Ron-Ron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Sucro secretly ate, like, 1 or 2 frogs, and then shared the other 60-something with everybody else. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. What if one of the choices made you start reeling in the exact same way as the headache that was calling you here as a joke? That'd be concerning, though. Leave it to me. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for, you just need to do the lifting and carrying. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling, then. See you in a bit. You may view the market receipt at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the key items menu. Did you think Alize would be non-stop action? It's actually the economy. Table cactus from Tauntaun. Iron ore from Tol Tol. Nabath Arang antiques from Mil Mil, to be collected from Mulmul. I don't know if that's important to remember or not. I guess it is, because we have various other things that we could take instead. Like this cured leather. I'm sure something wacky happens if you choose incorrectly. Created armaments. Well, there's the ore. Now then, what was I doing again? That's also a mood. I mentioned something earlier was a mood, I think, but that's also a mood. Oh, I mentioned Sucro looking at a blurry bed was a mood. Cassard sent you, did he? Right. Yes. What kind of ore was it again? That would be iron ore. Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Remember when we were concerned a second ago about how I couldn't carry a pot across the desert and I just put an entire crate of iron ore into my pocket? I'm sure it's fine. Gotta get table cactus. Did I really? I didn't even get a buff from that. I don't think Sucro really... Wait. Hey, look! The weather in Norvent is everlasting light, everlasting light, everlasting light, everlasting light, everlasting light, everlasting light, and everlasting light. Wow. I didn't expect that. Actually, I didn't. Of all the things we trade here in Mordsuk, nothing is more important than water. Good for drinking, good for foot baths, first, drink later. Not the same water, I hope. Now, I don't know if... Yeah, that's not an antique, that's just water. It's different. Even though it is the person who sells that, I am to collect it from someone else. How long will I take to find this? I wonder. Chest of perishables. Well, that's not it. There it is. Nabatharang Antiques. Oh, lovely, lovely pots. Hey, no touching. That merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. I'm collecting it for them, actually. What? Cassard sent you? Why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no, no, no. Nabatharang relics, wasn't it? All packed in that box there. Handle with care. They are roasting a low poly chicken here. Sucro, lit by the fire, staring directly into it. A little concerning. Table cactus from Tauntaun. I guess an herbal remedy? Lift with your legs and not with your back. I mean, you are a Tauntaun, so... You came in with Cassard, yes? Good, good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please take your prickly purchase. Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. Indeed. Aye, that's the lot, all right. Good work. And quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in this place before. I thought you wanted to just sit in the city like the Exarch. But something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you return, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. Nod. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard? It feels like an age since I last saw you. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This lady was on her way to meet with Alize. I'm supposed to be taking her to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alize has told me so much about you. You're Sucro, aren't you? Gasp. Nod. I knew it! How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alize quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over Sucro's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it'd be no trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Nod. Also, here's some gloves. that I don't need. Oh, we are very close to level 80 though. I have a spare Odin card in my inventory apparently. Alize has been desperate to see you, Sucro, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. But actually, there is quests here to do, I suppose. Work to live or live to work? Greetings, friend. You like helping people, yes? Maybe you can help me too. You see, my son Gun Gun makes me very proud but very worried. He works very hard, too hard for his own good. He follows orders, yes, follows them until someone tells him to stop. This is very dangerous, bad for his health. I need you to speak to him, persuade him to rest. He should be near the Red Sarai, probably leaving no stone unturned in his search for relics. Please tell him his father orders him to stop. Now, if this is anything like previous Ether Current quests, it's likely that there is more in this quest line after the currents are obtained. But for right now, at least, we'll just be worrying about getting the Ether Currents, I suppose. Also, there's like a current over here somewhere, maybe? Oh, there it is. I thought it was in the chasm for a moment. It is a bit weird going through these areas without having to fight anything. Search the nooks, search the crannies, search high, search low. Oh, sorry, I did not see you there. Are you lost? You've been ordered to take a break. Father says I must rest? That I will not do. No, I will stop, but not yet. I need something to show for my efforts. All this scrabbling, all this searching, and still no shinies. You came here to tell me to stop, but if I refuse, your job will not be finished, will it? That will not do either. Wait, I have an idea. If you help me find shinies, my job will be over, your job will be over, and I can rest. Simple, yes? Questioning head tilt. Look under that rubble and find whatever there is to be found. Maybe it will be valuable, maybe not. Either way, let us keep searching until we get at least one shiny. But they're so rare, Gun Gun. Unless you complete the Pokédex first, and then they're a little more reasonable to find. We could be here for hours or days. Your search fails to yield any shinies. Your search fails to yield any shinies. You find a signet ring. That's true. That does help a lot as well. The armadillos have like an idle animation where they break a boulder over themselves and like then shake off the rock dust or whatever, I guess. What did you find? Not more rubble, I hope. Untold years spent buried beneath sand and rubble have done little to tarnish this exquisitely crafted piece of jewelry. Oh, this looks very special. Such pretty patterns. I've never seen one like this before. But how much is it worth? I'm an expert in finding shinies, not a historian. Perhaps we should ask someone. Once we sell it, we will divide the profits between us. We worked as a team, so half for you, half for me. Fair is fair. Confiteor. Enhanced Requiescat. Requiescat, actually. And hey, guess what? It's time for my entire set of equipment to greatly change once I am in a town, probably. Also, I'm going to ignore the rest of that quest line. Apparently. Seems to be the only ether current quest for right now. I could have just teleported, but I didn't, apparently. All right. So I have like an entire set of level 80 equipment from my retainers, apparently. I knew that. The funny fate name? What fate names are ongoing right now? Harbingers of Bloom, Bayoak Attack, Let's Dance, parentheses, with swords. Don't think so. All right, so eye level 398 goes to really just a deep gold kite shield. I don't have a level 80 shield. I think I accidentally got rid of a level 80 shield. 398 to 482. Tsukro, where'd your face go? And your ears. Quite a random assortment of gear you have here. But that's fine. Whoop. Problem solved. So yeah, my eye level went up by like 93, I think. Thank you to the retainer squad for your contribution to the ongoing shenanigans. There's a high chance I'll be level 90 by the end of Shadowbringers, I think. All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you could handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? Nod. I thought you might. Alize was always saying how much you... I mean, let's get going, shall we? How much I what? How much I kill everything? Oh, I have to... This hot bar down here doesn't like stuff. So, if I remember correctly, Confiteor replaces Holy Spirit when I am under the effect of Requiescat. So before this let me cast 4 Holy Spirits, but now it will give me the Confiteor combo, I believe. No, actually it's a separate button right there. But it does let me do the Confiteor combo, except I can only do one of those right now, I think. Okay, fair enough. So I don't have the whole combo yet. That makes sense. Oh wait, no, the combo's something else, actually, I think. Confiteor is not what I was... That's not the combo I was... hold on. It's probably in traits. Adds a healing effect to divine magic. Cool. Spirits within to expiation or whatever. Increases potency. Sheltron to holy Sheltron. Yeah, the Blade of Faith, Valor, etc. is what I was expecting. That must happen, that has to happen later. I just don't remember when or how exactly. Oh, I just didn't page down all the way. Combo action Confiteor. Yeah, okay. At level 90, Confiteor changes into these three. I didn't scroll down all the way because I don't know why I didn't scroll down all the way. Yeah, alright, so we get one button. Not that it will be relevant within most of Shadowbringers anyway. I think Confiteor is the one I cast first, though. And then I do 3 Holy Spirit and then Atonement. Typically. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet, hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alize was strong, but in her mind, she was never... now it makes sense. We should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Ah, so Alize has been comparing herself unfavorably to Sucro's immense power, I guess. But Alize's cool too. Sucro is just simply too cool and powerful. I tried to fly. I forgot I don't have that ability. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here, frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. Oh no, mole. So I can be aggroed. Theme of when a mole sees you. Oh, we get a name for these funny creatures? Ancient Lizard. Fair enough. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make this trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow, but first let's head inside, shall we? Oh, the music here is sad. That's probably a good sign, right? Gasp? Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alize arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alize who is so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. Questioning head tilt. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alize give you the full explanation. $216,000 experience points. Yeah, welcome to, remember the triumphant theme of the Crystarium? Welcome to, and like the fairly, like, there is still life here theme of Mordsuk. Compared to this theme of, oh. Things are pretty bad in this world. As you can see by this picture of 1,000,000 graves. And by that I mean 7 graves. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. How's everyone else here doing? Greetings, traveler. This place isn't much, but you're welcome to share what we have. No escape. No escape. Sooner or later they will claim us. Claim us all. We have patients here who can't feed themselves, so I have to keep that in mind when I'm making the meals. It's not easy work, but it does have its rewards. Silence. The inn's home only to the patients and their carers, and they don't always have time to keep an eye out for danger. That's my job. Another bodyguard of sorts. Or guard, I guess. No one comes here without a very good reason, and I'll not pry into what yours might be. I will, however, try to make your time here as painless as possible. What do you do here? I care for those who can no longer look after themselves. Though in all honesty, I had no intention of staying when I first arrived here with my brother. He was a patient here, you see. I started by performing a few chores about the place, and before I knew it, I'd become one of the carers. And when my brother's time came, I decided to carry on. What kind of place is this? The name Inn at Journey's Head describes what goes on here fairly accurately. As with any other inn, it's simply to rest before you embark on the next part of the journey, if you'd see what I mean. Originally, it was more of an infirmary, a place where the patients were supposed to recover. Over the years, it became clear that once a person is touched by a sin eater, there is no cure. Our job is to prepare them for the journey into whatever awaits beyond this life. So that's what's happening here. We're surrounded by remnants of the old Nabath Empire. Some even say the Gilman are the wandering souls of the dead. They're dead. You know, I've always felt this is no place for the living. There's a warrior glowing with rage wearing a Tonberry's costume named Sherbert Cups here. Shoutouts to them, I suppose. Alize is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground and they look to be about the right size. The small footprints lead off to the northwest. Continue to the northwest. There's the Gielmans. The terrain shifts? How do you mean? Curve around to the west. The terrain seems a lot more uneven at this part. Ah, yeah, that too. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. Speaking of the wall of frozen light,
get back here!
Leap! Hello.
Is that... It can't be.
Bad time for you to get distracted, I think. Okay, you're fine. Melee combo! Alize knows you don't have to do the backflip, technically. Okay, actually it does add some potency. Impressive! Well done! Good job, Alize.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
Blame the Exarch for that one, honestly. You're trying so much to be cool right now. I can tell. Also, Alize's outfit is a little different, I think.
How are you?
I'm doing alright, I guess. I feel like we probably shouldn't stand next to the Sin Eater.
We've fought them to a standstill then.
Ah, right, the Garleans. More or less.
The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then.
Yeah, definitely a different outfit. A little bit more... I'd already forgotten that her previous outfit was very gray. Memory is difficult.
I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't. Just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived.
Is this what you mean by it seems like the game sometimes sort of seems to assume that you saw Alphino first? Just this line here, just as Alphino must have been? Seems a little awkward when you haven't seen Alphino yet. Yeah, she did manage to... That distraction didn't really... Yeah, maybe Alize is just assuming that. That does seem kind of in character.
I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now. Should have at least.
Nod.
When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urielge's vision. He may use 10 words where 1 would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims.
I forgot Alize dunked on Urielge a little bit.
Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation.
Sucro can't die. That's impossible.
As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters.
Nod.
That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities.
Pretty much. Not unlike Voidson.
They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
That felt a little weird, like it skipped something for some reason. But it didn't. It's just a matter of time, more for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters. Which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn, and you clear the west. That way, you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. A lot more than 7 graves, by the way. About 7 that are like buried with proper tombstones, and then 8 unmarked ones, or barely marked ones. Once they ran out of resources, no doubt. Resources including things like time, or people to... Forgiven cowardice, by the way. Welcome to Sin Eaters. They all have names like this. Well, not all of them, many of them. And they also use name, what was that attack name? Like Tender Love or something? Should I be a little concerned about the light-based nature of Sucro's attacks at this point? Maybe. Also names like, I don't know, Atonement. Concerning? Possibly. No Sin Eaters here, though. Forgiven Cowardice is here again. I guess I'm fighting light with light. Yep, Tender Love is in fact the name of that attack. I might have gotten hit by it. I didn't notice. How did you fare? Well enough, I suppose. Ah, I thought there might be 1 or 2 lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser Sin Eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful Sin Eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to call their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we? I didn't speak to the Amaro Keep. She hasn't been telling you stories, has she? Oh, gods. Alize tells me you helped her out on patrol, or helped out on her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alize has missed your company. Everything is always, if Sucro were here, she would... That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Sucro's methods. Sucro's methods of hit with a sword. Cast magic sometimes. Yeah, that lines up. That's what Alize does. Haha, honestly, after seeing her in action, I can understand why. The way she leaps into the fray without hesitation is really something to... It really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. Gasp. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt she deserves all the admiration she gets, just as you do. Sucro get hat that she won't wear. Yay. Deep gold, Helm of Fending. Yeah, didn't think so. This is what I get for sharing. Maybe I'll just head out on another patrol. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alize? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. Leave it to me. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alize. Now that's a dang good question, Razir. We'll just have to see, I guess. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Pawnil, Tonin, and Halric. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Just help him. Thank you. Toddin glances up at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly. Halric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin is hardened into something akin to plaster. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. Your work is done then. You've seen to the patients? How were they? Good. That's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I am concerned about Halric, though. I'll have to speak with the other carriers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion, then. I was going to take Sukro to Mordsuk if you have any errands there that need doing. I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Kassard's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Yeah, it absolutely does not pull any punches. Which is... Come then, Sukro. There's something I want you to see. Right after we stop at Ron's stall, of course. That is part of why I feel like Alize's path is the best one to start with. Because you get introduced to this aspect of the world of Norvrant much faster that way. And I feel like it's an important part of setting the tone, or some of the tone of the story, and also establishing some of the important stuff in the story. But yeah, like, I guess the long and short of it, as far as the difference between light and dark goes, is, yeah, we've seen what happens with too much of both, at least to some degree so far. And we've also seen that, we've also heard of other calamities, I think, of too much of other elements at this point. So really, too much of anything appears to be bad, with the knowledge we have now. Let's see about that nectarine, shall we? Oh, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a Mord merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Surprise. Huh? Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friends. I wonder if the reaction there is different if you tried the worms. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the aetheryte to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Imagine if there was a very small chance for any of those choices for your character to either really enjoy whatever the food was or really hate it, like more than usual. And then imagine if your character enjoyed the worms specifically, they just start nodding when Alize also buys some. You need something? Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed wrigglers, you actually brought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, all right? Only once. Never fails, shall we? Only once, says the Mord. Never fails, says Alize. It's definitely happened more than once. Is this safe? Should there be railing up here or something?
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond?
Oh. That's a lot of nothing.
That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance.
Hey now, we haven't heard the name The Empty yet.
That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit.
Oh. The Burn Deluxe. Kinda, yeah.
Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed?
Yeah, I do remember that. That's a big part of why I thought it was best to find you first, honestly.
Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
Nod. No one is allowed in here without permission, especially not outsiders. I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Riage's lecturing. Yeah, Alize does that a lot. Also, relatable. And I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Go ahead. I think she's been waiting for us. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? A plump, sweet-smelling nectarine. I did indeed. Thank you. Alize has explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Thank you for understanding. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for a welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew. You really don't need to spend your limited resources on such a thing, I don't think. But if you insist, I suppose it would be worse to refuse. There's that nectarine. Or at least...
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
You needn't have gone to the trouble, like I said.
Oh, it's nothing, really. And we do so rarely have guests. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get.
I suppose that's fair.
I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrant could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Very interesting indeed.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Where could he have gone? This is my fault. The patients were acting strangely and I let it distract me. Sucro, Alize, we have to look for Halric. Or we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone, we'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before. But it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. You may have seen a turtle. Please, Halric, please be alright. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. Nod. I don't... This isn't... They come for new kin. You see no sign of Halric. Maybe he went further west. Lizards, now is not the time. Thank you. You scan your surroundings in search of Halric and suddenly find yourself under attack. Forgiven folly. Saint Screen is the name of that attack. These lizards are gonna get mad, aren't they? No? Okay.
Any sign of him?
No, haven't seen him.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
Hey, why was that the Solace music for a second? Oh, speaking of Sin Eaters.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
Nod.
There it is! Is that... Oh no! Ulrich! We have to run! Tesling! No!
Welcome to Shadowbringers, everybody! Absolutely no reaction.
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother,
Yeah, this is, yeah. And it's not done being terrible yet. Remember how we heard it was very painful? Well, this is happening now. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't have the face for this one. Actually, maybe that one.
No!
What can I even say at this point? So, yeah, welcome to Shadowbringers. This is why I think the Alizé route first. When I said that this set the tone and established important things, yeah. Now maybe you understand what I meant by that. I think that's what I meant by that. ... I'm sorry, Sucro. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on, not like this. Don't lean on Sucro's shoulders, they're spiky right now. It's just so unfair. Kathleen was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. Also, the music is gone. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me, I can barely... I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing, about giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. Halric is as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. Still a little jarring. I've spoken with the carers. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them, to me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late, too slow, and I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing my role here, or in my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Tesleen's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have somewhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only little by little. Even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I've gained here to hurt them. Nod. So, when Gabu was happening, I think I mentioned how it started reminding me of things that happened later. This is that. Tesleen. It absolutely has to be intentional. Especially because we stopped by and visit Gabu, like, not too long before Shadowbringers. They want to remind you of Gabu before you get here. I'm fine. I'm fine. They did that on purpose, 100% definitely. I could teleport, but let's take our time driving back for a second. Just let everything that happened, just let it sink in a bit. Sucro, good to see you again. You look like you've got a story or two to tell, but I sense you'd sooner get back to the Crystarium. Forgive me, Sucro, I couldn't stay here a moment longer, but I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way, with steel. From Eorzea's sword in the darkness to Norrent's sword in the light, or... ... Would Sucro say this? I don't know. ... Oh, she's crying now. Miss Alize, is there anything I can get you? You're swift as tomorrow. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. I don't know if she starts crying if you say the cheesy line. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Amarang again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Ah, there's a, quest of some kind. Thank you for seeking me out, Sucro. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we decided upon a direction, but you still have to visit Alphino, haven't you? If I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success if he hasn't already. I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being. But don't keep me waiting too long, eh? Whenever I come to the Crystarium, the sands of Amarang seem a world away, and yet they both lie under this same wretched sky. Your first order of business will be to reunite with Alphino and Alize. In so doing, the predicament here in Norvrant should become abundantly clear. As for communications with the source, Feo-Ul will gladly serve as your messenger. If needs be, however, you yourself should be capable of making the journey between worlds. The device there will serve as a portal. Simply touching a hand to its surface will transport you to the location of the beacon I left at the base of the tower, in theory at least. Well, let's see exactly what happens. Ta-da, we're here. Let's see if anyone has anything else to say now that we've seen and learned a little more. I always lose track of exactly where the rising stones are somehow, even though they're directly next to the aetheryte. Sucro, I was going about my business the other day when a feisty little pixie suddenly appeared and gave me a report about your doings. It certainly sounds like you have your work cut out for you, so just leave things here to me and focus on getting things done in the first. Okay. Mostly just Tataru has something different to say. That makes sense. Hey, I've just noticed that one of the icons on my stream deck is glitched for some reason. Like, the image is cut in half and there's some, like, staticky squares in it, and the text of the image that's supposed to be visible is halfway cut off by the top of the button. Is that good? What happens if I press this button? Okay, it's normal. And it fixed the icon, actually. Yeah, basically. It's not a button I press very often. That did fix the button. But anyway, so that was, I think, a strong introduction to Shadowbringers. And that... oh.
To the stars. Shoot the medic first. I'll suck all your blood again. I am a slowpoke.
Destroy! Wow, 2 monster party quotes in one destroyed. But that was Shadowbringers. The introduction to Shadowbringers, I should say. An introduction to Shadowbringers. It is not anywhere close to being all of Shadowbringers, but I think that might be enough of Shadowbringers for today. I don't need to keep saying Shadowbringers, though, but I'm going to keep saying Shadowbringers regardless. And what do we have? General purpose dark purple. Fair enough. I also got a thunder melon. It's like a watermelon, but with a different elemental aspect, I guess. But yeah, this has been Shadowbringers. So far, part 1. I think that'll be enough for right now. So thank you all for watching. This has given you some idea of what sort of events to look forward to in the future, perhaps. Look forward to in quotation marks, because, well, it's good storytelling. I don't know if you want to look forward to horrible transformations into monstrosities that are very painful and delete your soul. Probably not something to look forward to, as it were. But regardless, thank you all for watching. And, yeah, looking forward to Sucro setting it right makes sense, I think. Don't look forward to soul deletion, though. You kinda, those are important, I think. Oh dear. That's one way to delete a soul. But yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching. Next time, well, Monday will be more of Pokemon Green, where hopefully we will also not be destroying the world again. Or rather, hopefully the world will not be getting destroyed more in that as well as how it is here. Because if you missed that, I accidentally glitched the game and then started experimenting with the glitches, and blood happened. And then Wednesday and Friday will be more of Shadowbringers. At some point, there may also be a PSO2 NGS stream of Stia and after Stia. I don't know if there's a name for the place after Stia. I don't remember it. I shouldn't know it. It's just the part after Stia. But yeah. And who knows, there could be something entirely unrelated to any of that at some point. But yeah. So, welcome to Shadowbringers. And see you next time, I guess. Sucro will take a nap now. As usual, if you're interested in following me or donating in any way on social media, you can go to borealrobin.cardwith2rs.co as a place where you can find all of the links. You can also support me by following here on twitch.tv or subscribing here on twitch.tv. Those are helpful things. And spreading the word to anyone else who might be interested, also helpful. But of course, I don't desperately need any money or anything, so prioritize yourself first. Take care of yourselves. That's always important. And have a good rest of the day, /night, /week, /year, etc. I will see you all next time. Whenever that may be. Probably Monday, possibly sooner. Good night, everyone.